All right, here we go again. What's it gonna be? Let's see. Something else. Antian, hello. How are you doing? Kling Klang, welcome back. Also sketching. That is good. That is so good. Always a good day for sketching. You are sketching a person's face. Nice. Is it someone else's portrait? Or are you just making up character? Imaginary. Nice. Anime style. I see. You're learning though, aren't we all? That's how it goes, huh? How am I? Hmm, a bit lost today. I have to come up with a few ideas for a project and I don't really know where to take it. So I'm just trying to have some fun, changing up the materials and the subject. Let's see where I go. It looks amazing. Thank you. I still don't know where do I want to get with this. Don't know if I want to sketch, if I want to paint, if I just want to doodle and move to something else. I feel like just, yeah, probably just doodling and jumping from one drawing to the other today. Do what I want. Yeah, I guess that's what streaming is about for me. Just gonna start my day by sketching whatever the hell I want before moving to the things I must do. I wanna add some color here. Feel like sketching loosely today. I don't really want to finish anything. Do I do 3D also? Yeah, sometimes. It's been a while since I've used it, but I really like it. I like using Blender for hard surface and ZBrush for more like character or creatures. But it's been a while since I've used it, so would probably need a little bit of adaptation time if I want to do it again. Yeah, ZBrush is great. I know a lot of people hate the UI, but once you get over it, once you get used to it, it's actually really intuitive. It's probably the piece of software that I've been more comfortable in the sense of you just forget you're using a computer. That's how comfortable you can get with ZBrush. At least for me, it really clicked in that way. I was just sculpting, not using a 3D software, which is amazing. Why did I choose Krita over any other software? Well, right now I'm not using Krita. I'm using Leonardo because I want to test this software. It's really, really simple, really basic. It only has like 8 brushes, and like the main thing of this software is that it's only like $40 to buy it, and the brush engine works really similar to how Photoshop brush engine works, which it's not the best, but it's the one I'm most used to. And a really cool thing about this software is that the the canvas is endless, so you can just endlessly go to the side and keep sketching and sketching and sketching. And yeah, I think that's really cool. What is this lock? But yeah, I have like a bunch of sketches in the same page, so it's really good for idea generation. But for Krita, the main reason I use Krita when I do, it's because of the chrome brush. It's a brush that I could only find on Krita, and it has a, I don't know, it functions in a really particular way that it makes me really excited to use. Yeah, Leonardo's still in beta, but it's totally functional. I haven't found any annoying bug or anything, so it's still under development, but it does work pretty well. Although I'm still using the free trial version. I'm gonna have to buy it soon if I want to keep using it. Still a bit, it still feels a bit weird because I'm just so used to Photoshop that every time I'm on a different piece of software, I don't know, there is like a little bit of discomfort. Even though most shortcuts work the same and most features are the same, the minor changes are kind of hard to process for me. But yeah, I'll show you. Let me open Vita and I'll show you what I mean by the brush. Okay. So, bye Leonardo. Hello, Krita. So I'm using this brush that it's under the ink tab, and it's called Chrome Brush Thin. And it has this particular way of working. Then when you are doing a single stroke without lifting the tip of the pen, the moment you get close to your previous stroke, the brush attaches to itself and it creates these super thick lines with texture. But every time you lift the pen and do another stroke, it makes a really thin line that you can get really close and really detailed. So yeah, like if once you kind of understand how to use this to your advantage, you can get really cool effects super quickly, because I can go from I'm just making a few little details and thin lines and a few hairs to I'm just filling up an entire area with almost pure black. And that creates like, and then there is all the in-betweens that you can do, because also the faster you do this, the lower the value, and the slower you go, the darker the value. So just by changing your gesture and the speed of the pen, you can have a full range of value and a full range of thickness. It's a bit hard to manage and to get it to do what you want, but you can get all these effects that I'm getting here, where you get pretty much the texture is for free, and you can jump from like really thin detail lines to really thick and chunky shapes without changing anything, without touching the keyboard, without changing any feature on the brush, without doing anything, just with the gesture of your hand. And I think that's, I don't know, I haven't found a brush that works this way in any other software. I still use Photoshop to maybe edit some things, or I think like file management and all those other things are better in Photoshop. Krita can feel a bit laggy for me, but in terms of sketching, I don't know, it's super cool. I really love the way this works. It really feels like using the side of a pen, of a pencil, and then switching to the tip to make the details, and then going back to the side again. And it also helps to remove the digital feeling of a software, because you get all this texture for free and all this random noise. So it looks a little bit more similar to using texture paper. Which sketch? This one, you mean? The profile girl? Yeah, I've been thinking about making a tutorial on how I use this brush, because a lot of people seem to be interested in the brush and how it works, but not many people understand how it works. It is so addictive. Yeah, and another cool thing about Krita is that when you select the eraser tool, all it does is just changes the actual brush you're using to eraser mode, which means that you don't get the change of texture. When I go to eraser mode, I'm just erasing with the same texture and the same features as the brush. So you don't get this random effect of like having a different shape for your brush, or your, like, I don't know, if here I'm using a really painterly texture brush and then I change to the eraser is a completely different brush. So I get a different texture. Sometimes this can be used as a feature, because you can get, in this case, I can get hard edges with the eraser, and then I can go and get soft edges with the airbrush, and then I erase and I get hard edges, and you can use these to your advantage. But sometimes you don't want to do this. So yeah, I find it really cool that you can just jump from drawing to erasing with the exact same tool you're using. It keeps it very consistent. Anyway, enough Krita for now. I already know I love it. I'm just gonna go back to Leonardo. I want to keep testing it before I decide if I buy it or not. Which I probably will. Looks. Any tips to get good at hand coordination when using digital pen? Because it's not easy as a regular pen. Grip motion, looks at. Terms of tips and also Hantian. Thank you, dude, for the explanation. I feel like I'm interrupting your sketching now. That's totally fine. I'm streaming. If I wanted to not be interrupted, I'd be offline. So that's the whole point of being here. I'm happy to explain and share all the tips or thoughts or ramblings. I don't know if it's even a tip. So in terms of hand coordination, I guess like if you are using a regular tablet like I am, it is definitely tricky and it takes a while. Like the best tip would be to probably like if you've never done it, just try and get a display tablet because the hand-eye coordination is going to be one-on-one. So that's why most people nowadays choose an iPad or a pen display like a Cintiq or whatever cheaper version you can find. But in terms of using the regular tablet, it's just like I don't think there is much you can do. Like just be aware that it's going to be frustrating and it's going to take you a while, and don't expect to get the same results immediately. And yeah, just try to get used to it. Like just try to make like more simple exercises or simplify things or even tracing some images just to get the hand in place. It's almost like playing a little game. Like maybe you can do like little things like making dots on the page and try to connect them with the pen, or even things like how would I say, like making little marks on the page and using the space bar, try to move, try to move from one point to the other, getting control, or even simple things like using your tablet as your mouse for a while. Like doing the regular activities, going on the web, going on Google, going, like going to YouTube and moving around, like going through your desktop and changing folders, doing the regular stuff you would do with a computer using your mouse. Try to use the pen for a few days or as often as you can. I think that's a good middle ground until it becomes intuitive. But I can promise you this, like if you get used to using a regular tablet, even though at the beginning is a lot harder, it has a lot of advantages compared to a pen displays. One of my favorite things is that my hand is not between, it's not, if you're using pen, if you're using a paper or if you're using a pen display, your hand gets between you and your drawing, and also the angle you're looking at the drawing can change the proportions because you're never looking at the drawing straight on, so your proportions can get a bit wacky, or you can get distortion because you're looking at a drawing from a tilted angle. If you're using a regular pen, like a regular tablet and a regular monitor, I'm looking at the drawing forward all the time. It's flat in front of me and my hand is not between me and the drawing, so I don't get I don't get any distraction, and it's a lot easier to get the proportions of the drawing right and to not get weird distortions and to be aware of the composition all the time because you have like the full drawing in front of you all the time. Yeah, I don't know if that really helps, but that's what I would do, or at least that's what I did when I started. Just try to use it as often as you can, even if you are not drawing. Which it's not ideal. Like I still use the mouse when I'm doing other work that it's not drawing, but at the beginning I was using it a lot. You are welcome. I tried you to use Leonardo before, but it feels like it's often missed input, like make hatching line, like loading logo when I leave the pen. Let's see. I don't know. I've never experienced an issue, but I don't know if the I don't know how the software works in the terms of like maybe it's a bit more resource hungry. Maybe depends on I don't know like the processor you have or the amount of RAM you have. Maybe that affects, or maybe there are some incompatibilities with the tablet you may be using since it's still in beta and it's developed by a single guy. I don't know. Maybe he's just using a Wacom tablet and it works well with Wacom, but it doesn't work with another brand, or I don't know, like many things can be happening. But other than that, like in terms of brushes, I don't have issues. Sometimes I have the issue that when I minimize the tab and open it again, it gets like frozen, but it's not really frozen in terms of processing level. So I just noticed that I have to grab the border of the window and drag it around in order for it to respond again, which is a bit weird. Oh, you use Hyon, I see. Yeah, it could totally be that, like, because, like I said, maybe the guy is using a different brand. Probably he's trying to make sure that it works with Wacom first because it's like the probably the most used brand nowadays, even though like Hyon and XP Pen are getting really popular. So who knows? Who knows? Or maybe it's just like some silly feature. I don't know if there is like hardware acceleration or all those little things. So maybe with display tablets is different. But since it's still in beta, probably if you can pinpoint the issue, you can probably find a way to contact the creator on its website and yeah, maybe send them an email being like, hey, this is the issue I have. It happens when I do this or that, and maybe they can figure it out. Oh, another issue I have sometimes with Leonardo is that the zoom gets locked, but there is an option to actually lock the view. But for whatever reason, I get locked at between 100% and 50%, and I cannot go less than 50%, which is such a weird thing. And I thought it was a feature of the software, like that's it, like you're locked at two levels of zoom. But before streaming, I was just I was sketching a little bit, and I realized that I could actually go to 25% or 12% or even 1%. I could just zoom out as much as I wanted, and now I cannot. So it's very weird. It's very, very, very strange. But hey, I'm not gonna complain. It's a very cheap software and it's developed by a single person. So I'm not gonna give them shit for that. Who's my favorite artist? Man, that's a tricky one. Do I even have a favorite? That's a really hard question. Like, I have many artists that I like, but I don't know. If I had to pick one right now, probably maybe Kentaro Miura, the author of Berserk. But I don't know. Like, art is so wide and so subjective, and it just changes over time, all the time. Depends on how you're feeling at the moment. Just every single artist that I find inspiring, it's like it's gonna be my favorite artist at the moment. So, but yeah, Kentaro Miura is always exciting to see. Like every time I see one of the panels of Berserk, I'm like, yeah, I want to draw. And then there is also the aspect of okay, one thing is the drawings of the artist, but then another thing is the persona or the image that they share with the world and the performance they make as an artist, the way they share their work. That's also that's also a big feature. Yeah, I think we all feel inspired by certain artists. That's for sure. And it also depends on the period of your life you're in. Definitely when I was a teenager, I did have like this idea of perfect favorite artist, people I want to be like or whatever. But as I've been growing older, it's like I don't really care that much about that anymore. Like I find a lot of artists inspiring for different reasons, and it's almost like you are slowly creating like a little selection box of like, oh, I like this from this artist and this from this artist and this other thing from this artist. So it's yeah, it's like a build up process. When I was a teenager, this guy Luis Royo used to be my favorite artist. I still love his work and it's great and I still find it inspiring and I still have a few of his books and I look at them every now and then, but it's like I said, like nowadays I don't really have an artist that I aspire to be like. Like in this case, when I was a teenager, I was just copying the drawings of this guy all the time and dreaming about drawing and painting like him. Yeah, it's like doing a master study. But when I started doing master studies, it was just an exercise that I was doing for the sake of, yeah, this guy is supposed to be good because he was a master, so I must learn something from this guy. But nowadays, it's more like if I find it cool, if I find it inspiring, I'll do a master study of that. And if I don't, I won't. Just, yeah, it's actually more accurate. Like I used to do like what a master study should be when I was a teenager rather than when I was older. Oh man, there are so many cool drawings here. Anyway, how about you? Who would be your favorite artist? Oh, Karl Kopinski. Hell yeah. He is great. And it sucks that he's struggling with his health lately, but he is very amazing. But that's what I was saying about like the art itself versus the person or what they do. Because when I think about someone like Karl Kopinski, it's like I fucking love to see him drawing, you know? I love to see like his videos where he's sketching real time and he's super fast, and I love how loose the sketches are, but how precise he is and all that. But and it's more like the way he draws is what I like. I love seeing the way he draws. But if I think only about the drawings, you know, if I just grab one of his drawings and put him on a vacuum, is that drawing going to be super inspiring to me? Or is it the whole package of Karl Kopinski drawing and performing? And I think that's what I find attractive. That's what I find cool. Like the whole performance of the person, the whole performance of what it means for Karl Kopinski to be doing what he's doing. But then when I think about other things that I find more inspiring, when I think about like the coolest panels of Berserk, when I see like, you know, that image of Femto with Skull Knight behind him, and I look at that single image and I'm like, fuck, this is, for me, this is a lot better than any artist alive today. And it's like, it's really hard to define what is, you know, what is it the favorite between all those options you have. I think Kim Jong-gi and painter like Rubens. Yeah. Yeah, Kim Jong-gi again. It's like it's the same idea. Like if I think about every single drawing of Kim Jong-gi, I would probably not care about getting a drawing of Kim Jong-gi on my wall as a piece of art. You know, there are many things I would have in my wall as a piece of art, but I would probably not care much about getting a Kim Jong-gi as a piece of art. I would probably sell it because it would sell for a lot, no? But I do love the drawing skills and the performance and the drawing live and the drawing out of imagination, like all those skills or that technique. It's amazing, but the art in itself, it's probably not my favorite, even though I admire it and I try to learn from them as much as I can. It's not exactly what I find the most inspiring. It's really weird. It's really weird to put all that together and figure out what is it that we really like about someone. But it's like at the end of the day, like what is it that you're doing with your art? Like some manga artists are not the best artists in the world. Like they struggle to draw the panels. They don't have perfect proportions. They don't have like perfect color. They don't have like super cool shapes. But maybe they make a really cool manga, and you remember them because they made an amazing manga. But when you think about someone super skilled, it's like, okay, yeah, we all know Kim Jong-gi because he was amazing at drawing, but he didn't make Dragon Ball. You know what I mean? Like, Ayakne, super cool art. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. I was just ranting about other artists and I completely ignored your message. So I hope you're having a good time. Best background mangaka, Tsutomu Nihei, author of Plum. Yeah, no, it is amazing. Less dialogue, full of art. It is insane. And if you think about that manga and you look at the characters and the way they look and the proportions and the anatomy, like most people nowadays would roast it. It's just like, and it's insane. Yeah, like that's what I mean. Like we keep mentioning names, and it's like, oh yeah, I love that author, and I love that, and I love that, and it's like I love all of them. How can you even pick a favorite? Let's look for this. It is insane. I think he was an architecture student, so yeah, no wonder he had those crazy background skills. Yeah, art has so many shapes and so many faces and so many features that it's so hard to have a favorite. Well, I feel like it's more like a temporary thing, whatever you're feeling like at the moment. I would love to see a video game with that art style, honestly. Would be amazing. Imagine being able to explore that crazy architecture. Not to mention there is layers in art such as framing, perspective, camera lens emulation for cinematic look. Oh yeah, there are many ways you can go about things. And usually every memorable artist has something that they really focus on, something really, really specific that they do that pretty much no one else is doing, but it's what makes them stand out. Oh, okay, control. You need to go. Thank you for the answers. Nice to see you and hang out. Yeah, likewise. Thanks for hanging out and talking to me. So have a good rest of the day and see you next time. Take care. You actually lock the layers here. Look alpha. Okay. Clipping mask. Krishna, hello there. How are you today? Hope it's a good day. Good sketching day. Doing fine? Lovely. Yeah, it's a bit of a messing around day for me today. Been a while since I've played with color and doodling a little bit, so we gotta keep it fun, don't we? So I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm just testing out uh, this software called Leonardo, and I'm just trying out a little bit of the different brushes and different style, a bit more painterly look, a bit more sketchy, a little bit more ink. Just trying to keep it fun. Guess it's just a way of procrastinating the things I have to do today. It's still early in the morning, so I have time. You can draw just practice shading or something. Yeah, it's a good way to keep things fresh. Holidays ending in 5 days before college begins. Oh well. Gotta draw as much as you can. I see. I get that. Well, just try to enjoy it. There is no need to force drawing. Where are you gonna be studying for your degree? You excited about it? Computer science. I see. Oh, you're gonna go for game dev. That is pretty nice. Well, I'm pretty sure there is plenty of opportunities in the game dev world, especially if you're going for the tech side. With the art side is a bit more tricky because you only need so many artists, but for the tech side, I think the more people we have, the better. Because pretty sure there's barely not enough. I am from Spain. Oh yeah, it's nice to know where people are from. How about you? I'm guessing somewhere eastern. Yeah, India. I see. Ever since I started streaming in the mornings, I'm getting a lot more people from the eastern world. Getting some India, some China, even Iraq, Philippines. Yeah, it's midday evening. I see. That's when people have free time and they go searching for random streamers like me. Silva says, apply at EA, bro. Fix their gameplay because it sucks. Yeah, Zashi says, basically, do more. Worry not. I am stubborn. I'll do more. I feel like color works a little bit different than in Photoshop in this software. I don't know what it is. Are these samurais part of a project or something? Kind of. I'm doing a few studies and also I'm doodling a bit in this Asian inspired Japanese, Chinese, samurai, different styles. This is not directly from a project, but I'm kind of building up my visual library and gathering up ideas because I'm working on a project that it's based in all these themes. So it's more like preparation for the actual project. So yeah, you could say it is part of a project. But these ones in particular are not nothing in particular. It's just research and an excuse to draw cool stuff. Yeah, I'm worried that I'm starting to fall into the trap of over preparing instead of just going for it and start generating my own ideas or doing what I have to do. I'm just procrastinating by sketching cool things that are not really exactly what I need to be doing for the project. I guess I should start soon. Big football community there in Spain, right? Yep, absolutely. People love soccer here. Never been much of a fan though, but it's a little bit inescapable. Procrastination gets the best of us. Well, sometimes we also make the best drawings when we are procrastinating, so I'm not gonna complain. I think there needs to be space for procrastination in life. Most great artists of history were experts at procrastinating. It's almost like a deal you have to make with yourself. Waiting for the day that happens to you? Well, you'll see what I mean. Once you get once you get super busy with your degree and your studies and you know you have to, you know, get your work done and all that stuff, but you feel like you're just gonna open your sketchbook or you're gonna open Photoshop or whatever you're using for sketching and you're gonna start doodling, but you're gonna be thinking, oh man, I should be really doing that assignment, I should finish that project, but I can't stop sketching. And then you're gonna start making your best drawing because you don't put the pressure on your drawing. How dark do I go to Saturday? So how's the game development industry in India? Is it growing? Because I know a lot of business sites in India are growing right now. It's almost exploding with expansion and all that. So I guess the gaming industry is also growing over there. There is one game being hyped up worldwide from India. Oh, I see. Which one it is? Maybe I've heard of it. Just hard to know where things are coming from anymore. Like everything is so globalized. The Age of Bharat? Hmm. I don't think I've heard of it. Let me check it out. Dark fantasy action RPG. I see. Is it out already? Or is it still in development? Let's see, it's coming up soon. Yeah, it looks crazy. Okay. Who is the developer for this? Para Gaming. I see. Yeah, I guess combat is always a big thing when it comes to games, but it's looking amazing so far. I guess if they want to hype it up, they really need good graphics like they're going for. And also the aesthetics. They're making sure it looks very Indian, which is cool. I like to see more variety in terms of fantasy. Yeah, absolutely. It can benefit everyone because if that one works out, there is going to be a lot more smaller companies starting up, and there is going to be a lot more investors interested in founding smaller or even bigger but other games within the country. And that only benefits everyone because then it means there's going to be more competition and yeah, exactly like Black Myth Wukong. We're starting to get a lot of strong developers in China as well. So who do the horn? Yeah, more streams. I should be streaming Night Rain. Be getting more views. It was fun. Catch up later if possible. Alright, take care, Krishna. Good to see you here. I don't know if I'll be going for much longer, but who knows. How long have I been going for? 2 hours. Guess I can do a few more doodles. Hello, Dana. Nice to see your work again. Your persistence is inspiring me to work harder at my own art. Well, that is great. What else do I want then? I'm glad you keep making art. Tabarek, hello, welcome back. What's up today? Pixel art journey. Welcome back. Do you have some music on when making art or prefer silence? Usually I prefer silence, especially lately. Sometimes I put some music for the streams because I know people prefer to have some background music instead of me being silent. But lately I do enjoy silence. It's just, I'm very weird when it comes to music. I love listening to music, but usually when I'm listening to music is the main thing I'm doing. I'm just listening to music, I'm just vibing with it. Yeah, it is really good for focus. And sometimes music can help you focus or achieve a particular mood, but that's the thing for me. Like with music, it's really easy to get carried away by the particular mood of the song. So that means I need to have a really curated playlist for whatever I'm working on. Otherwise, I'm just going to be jumping from one mood to another. And every time I've tried to do that, I spend more time deciding what music I'm going to play than I spend drawing. So I'd just rather be in silent. Because the worst thing for me is having to stop drawing to go fidget with the playlist and be like, I don't really feel like this song right now. I'm gonna find something else. And then I end up spending 5 to 10 minutes just jumping between songs, and it never works for me. But I think doing it this way, people can still join the stream, listen to my rantings, or whenever I'm answering a question or something, and you can have your own music on the background. I think that kind of works. Also, with streams, there is the copyright issue, which, yeah, you cannot be playing anything. Otherwise, your video is gonna get silenced after a while. Gotta go back to drawing. Well, thanks for saying hi. Enjoy your drawing session. is discovered. Control key switches the actual brush to eraser mode. That is good to know. And this. Right now you're on break. I just want to ask how to draw a perfect circle freehand. Well, pretty much almost no one can draw a perfect circle freehand, but uh, it's a matter of muscle memory. Like if you really want to do it, it's just a matter of practicing and not over obsess about it. So what I do usually it's a little bit of ghosting, which is making a circular motion before committing to the drawing of the circle. And then once you have it, you just lay it down. And also I try not to overdo it. Like, okay, this didn't quite work, but it's close enough, so you just leave it there instead of trying to, you know, draw an endless amount of circles until you just get the right circle. If you want to keep it nice, clean, and tidy, it's better to just have a not so perfect circle, but just have the commitment or the confidence of just doing on a single stroke. People have a tendency to go super fast, which is not always helpful because you have less control, or super slow, which is you always get these crumbly lines and they don't really work. So you have to probably like get it fast and smooth on a single motion, but as slow as you can still have a little bit of control of it, but not super slow. It's like finding a good rhythm. It's important, and also like practicing the circular motion, getting it from the elbow or from the shoulder if you can. It's gonna be better than just getting it from the fingers. Because from the fingers you can get a small circle, but depends on how big you want to go. It's better to use the whole arm. But yeah, I've practiced this for a lot of hours and I still don't get it perfect. Oh, this one's pretty good. And realistically, unless you wanna do like super technical drawing or something like that, drawing a perfect circle is not that useful. It's a good exercise for control and technique. Find it helps to hold the pen completely vertical. Yeah, that also helps too, because you get like a perpendicular approach to the page rather than the skewness of holding the pen kind of sideways. Yeah, if you want to learn like dynamic sketching from Peter Han, like if you get some of his books or courses, he teaches you a ton of exercises. And like I was saying, the whole point of doing this, it's not because you need to draw perfect circles. Because if you really need a perfect circle, you're gonna use a tool. You're gonna use like a like a circle drawing tool or like a ruler or even a digital overlay or even a vector if you want to get like super clean perfect circles. But in most cases you're going to draw probably ellipses or not so perfect circles. So a good exercise, I think Peter Han mentions it, is to get like a couple of straight lines and then try and draw the circle in between, and then you draw like a vertical line in the middle of the previous circle, and then you draw the next one next to it and another one. There is so many drills that you can do just to practice this. But all this is just an excuse to get, to get control over your hand. So you can be a little bit more free when it comes to sketching. that honestly the best you get out of that type of exercise is the confidence you gain after doing all that. Oh yeah, I've heard about Peter Han. Man, that neurological issue with his eye, it's like, dude, it's like a nightmare for an artist. Like, it's probably the worst thing that could have happened to him. But I'm glad to see he's already drawing again. I hope he fully recovers. Because I would love to get a mentorship with him at some point in my life. What happened? Well, apparently he got. I don't know exactly the details because I did listen to the full video, but I don't remember exactly how it went. But uh, I think he, yeah, exactly. He got like a neurological condition with his eyes. I don't know if it was related to some food poisoning or something like that, because he did mention something about that in his video. But yeah, it all happened at the same time as he was going through a food poisoning episode, which is really unfortunate. So basically, he sees double because some neurological issue in his brain. So he's walking around the world with a patched eye and trying to recover from that. Yeah, man, it sucks. We're getting so many great artists going through health issues lately. We got Karl Kopinski. He got a stroke not not so long ago. And then we're getting like, I don't know, like Kim Jong-gi had a heart attack and died. Kentaro Miura also had a heart condition and died. Akira Toriyama also died, and it's like, dude, we're losing them all. What the hell is going on? Well, I hope Peter Han recovers. And hey, pixel art, I was stalking your work on Instagram, and it's really cool. And I was wondering, because I don't know, I feel like I've seen your work before, but I don't know where. So I was wondering if you might have been to some conventions selling your art, because I know you do sell prints. So I don't know. Maybe I've seen your work somewhere else, because it does look familiar to me, but I don't know if it's just, I don't know. I don't know if it just looks similar to someone else, or I've just seen it somewhere online and I'm just imagining things, but who knows? Maybe I've seen it before somewhere. Oh, you're too anxious for conventions? You'd be surprised the amount of introverted and anxious people going to conventions. It just, because it's against the nature of most artists over there. It's such an interesting place. Okay, then I must be thinking about someone else that is also doing pixel art. But it's looking good. I think it would do well on conventions one day. Hell yeah. Do I study anatomy as such? Like, do you know the extensor carpi radialis longus and such? Not really. I've tried at some points, and I've copied many drawings from anatomy books. I did study a lot of animal anatomy rather than human anatomy, which, yeah, the bones and the muscles are mostly the same for most of us, but I don't really remember any of the stuff. I just try to study it and get an intuition for it. Like, like, yeah, I do know like the basic muscles and bones. I do know like the main bone structure, and I try to think about the insertions of the big muscles, but I cannot really, you know, I cannot really put the name of all the bones and muscles in drawing. I should, because it's always useful to know anatomy, but I feel like a lot of people get caught into the endless trap of learning anatomy forever, which, if you are into it and you like it because you like anatomy, it's great, and all knowledge is welcome. But for the things I'm trying to do and the things I want to do, I don't really need it. Like, I'm not really doing like full imagination drawings of anatomical models or transformational anatomy, so who the hell cares? Like, as long as you know enough to make it look somewhat believable. I tried studying it as well, and kind of fun to learn names and such. Sternocleidomastoidoid is a useful one. Yeah, like, I think like learning the anatomy on the fly once you're having issues, like, yeah, like you said, if you're trying to draw the neck, and knowing that the sternocleido exists and it goes from the back of the skull to the collarbone, and knowing that you have to make a connection here and here, it's useful. It's really great, because just by drawing a few abstract lines you can get a more believable neck rather than just drawing random things. But it gets to a point that it just goes so deep that it doesn't it doesn't really change as much. And also sometimes it's more important to know how to how are you going to abstract, because on a real beautiful drawing you're not going to draw the entire muscle with all the insertions and all the fibers. So maybe in a real drawing you're just going to get this and a little bit of a line here, or maybe a little bit of a shadow here and a little bit of a shadow up here, and the rest. I mean, it's still useful to know that this shadow here and this shadow here is hinting to an entire muscle going from here to here, and it's connecting them. But because otherwise you might be just drawing these shadows out of, I don't know, I've seen it in other drawings, I've seen other people doing it, and that's what I do. That's usually what happens with anime or other styles, that you end up drawing things that you don't know what they are. The same way that if you're drawing a sort of anime face and you just draw like a little, two little dots here. Yeah, this represents the nose. And I'm just simplifying the entire structure to the nose to the two little nostrils. It's useful to know the anatomy of the nose, but if you just want to draw an anime, you don't need to know all the cartilages and all the little parts and ups and downs of a nose. So it's, yeah, it's useful and it's fun and it helps when you are stuck. But I don't know, you don't really like, you could spend your entire life learning anatomy and you would never be ready. So that's what I'm trying to say. And yeah, when I was younger, I was really into it. I used to have a lot of fun. I actually have, where are they? Hmm, I don't know, I have one of those big anatomy books and I used to copy a lot of drawings, just like straight up copy them. I was not even paying attention to the names of anything. I was just copying them because it was fun. Right now, I don't find it as fun, so I'm not doing it. Right now, nowadays I have a lot more fun, like doing research about particular topics. Like, like right now I'm learning a little bit of about samurai and Japanese culture and all these armors and all these little details. And so I enjoy a lot more learning how to draw these fabrics or learning about the armor or the pieces and how they connect to each other. It's just an endless process of things. So, but yeah, I did used to have a lot of fun with anatomy. That's also what I'm prioritizing nowadays. Just fun. Yeah, especially if you want to draw realism, and especially if you want to draw realism from imagination, then it's a must. Oh no, this is not an original character. This is a study I'm making from a series called Shogun. Someone mentioned it on the stream the other day, and I just searched some images, and they have like really cool characters and really cool costume designs. So I'm just trying to learn a little bit about the clothing and the way they look. I should try to make like some original character designs for this. But also I'm just trying to get familiar with the shapes. Like I really like what's going on here with the shoulder. I think this is a really interesting shape, and the way this goes up and then it wraps around and the shoulder gets hidden underneath the cloth and then the arm comes like this. Or things like these pants, like the way the instead of going around the leg, you get uh, like this point holding here and then it goes all the way down and it bends here and here, and then you get the boot catching the clothes. I think it makes really interesting shapes, and I'm trying to learn a little bit about all that, or all the decoration they put on the helmets and the way they use materials. Anytime I'm trying to learn or use a new software like I'm doing right now, I just go to my default that it's just making studies of things that I find cool. It's a little bit of a comfort zone to compensate for the quote unquote stress of using a software I'm not familiar with. gonna do green thing. How about Yep, you're completely right. I was muted. So, yeah. What is the biggest tips from your experience in art to improve fast if you start over learning from zero? So, like I was saying, one of the biggest issues nowadays is that we have a million YouTube tutorials or courses or schools teaching you the quote unquote correct way to draw. And like there is no such thing as the correct way to go to draw. Because when I started drawing, I was just drawing because I wanted to tell stories. And the way I found to tell stories was to draw comics. So for me, drawing was a vehicle to tell the stories I wanted to tell. And I didn't spend years learning anatomy. I didn't spend years learning how to use the tools. I didn't spend years learning how to use Photoshop. I was just designing my own characters and making my own comics. And yeah, they were crappy, but I was having a lot of fun doing that. And I was building up my skills without any frustration because for me, from my point of view, those were the best drawings I could ever make. And I feel like nowadays people don't have that anymore because you're constantly comparing yourself to other people and you're constantly thinking that you might be doing something wrong because everything needs to be optimized and everything needs to be, a particular method, a particular training. So if I had to give someone advice, it would be like start doing whatever it is that you want to do. Because I want to draw or I want to be better at drawing really means nothing. What is it even better for you? What is your idea of better? What is your idea of a good drawing? What is the idea of a bad drawing? Like those are the things you need to start questioning as early as you can because otherwise you're going to spend years and years just practicing things that you might not even care about. Because you might be thinking, oh, I see, I want to be good at drawing, so gonna get Scott Robertson, How to Draw, And it is a really good book. It is a really good learning tool if you want to learn perspective. And if you want to learn perspective into the world of industrial design and vehicle design and vehicle drawing. But really, you don't need that if you just want to draw anime characters. Like, that's way out of your scope. So that's why it's really important to be really honest about what is it that you want to draw and just start doing that as soon as you can. It's as simple as that. Like, do you want to draw portraits? Then, yeah, start doing portraits. And yes, of course, you're going to learn some anatomy, but just learn the anatomy of the face. You don't need to know how I don't know, like how the scapula is connected with the anterior whatever the hell muscle is pulling your back, or you don't need to know all the perspective tricks to draw portraits of girls. Like that's the quote unquote fastest way to improve. It is to do the thing you want to do and to learn the things that are going to help you do what you want to do. Ferratus anterior. Yeah. Thank you, pixel art. That's what I mean. Like, that's useful if you want to draw, you know, models from life or models from imagination. But if you just want to draw portraits, of course, it's going to make you smarter and of course, it's going to help you on the long run. But in terms of learning whatever you need to learn to do what you want to do is doing nothing. And I see a little bit of, well, a little bit, no, a lot of that mindset nowadays with the learning of art. Like people think that there is all these things you need to learn before you do this. Like it's a degree, like you need to know mathematics and you need to know language and you need to know how to write and you need to know how to code and you need to have all these random skills like you're getting a university degree when all that in reality is just a filter. Kurt Robertson is hell for beginners. I only understand after accumulating enough knowledge about perspective. Yeah, absolutely. Because I feel like it's a drawing book for someone who's been drawing from for many years, and then they just wanna be really specific about particular skills. But it's not the way to start if you've never drawn. Yeah, exactly. And even the fundamentals, it's not something you need to master because the fundamentals are going to be different depending on what you want to do. If you want to do animation, a lot of the regular art fundamentals don't apply, or the other way around. Like there is endless subjects you could be learning. So that's why the most important thing is to be constantly questioning what is it that I want to learn, what is it that I want to do, what do I need to learn to do this. And yeah, learn the fundamentals that are relevant to whatever the hell you want to do. Because that's a little bit my story. When I was a teenager, I was already drawing comics, and that was really exciting. But at some point, I thought, oh, I'm gonna get serious about this. I'm gonna learn the fundamentals. I'm gonna study perspective. I'm gonna study anatomy. I'm gonna study color. And I completely stopped drawing my comics, and I completely stopped designing characters, and I completely stopped making stories. And by the time I was quote unquote done with my fundamentals, because I had studied every single book I could find and done every single tutorial I could find online, I was not any better at doing the thing I wanted to do. I just had a bunch of knowledge, random disconnected knowledge that was not really helping me at all to do what I wanted to do. In fact, I was actually more frustrated because I was looking at my studies, the way everything was looking, how realistic my renderings were, and how accurate my perspective was, and then I was frustrated because my original drawings were not up to that level. And that's the worst place you can be. But there is no really fast way. It's just like be realistic with your expectations and be really honest with what is it that you want to do. And also, I think we don't give enough credit to intuitive learning, to just trusting that learning is going to be automatic. No problem. Um, Starting to get tired. Oh yeah, it is literally the corrupted monk from Sekiro. They have such cool designs. I really want to do some research onto the real life inspiration for all these creatures and characters from Sekiro. Do I play Souls likes? Yeah, pretty much. Well, I play exclusively from software Souls like. I don't usually play any other Soul like wannabe or I know there are cool things out there, but yeah. Mostly all the games I play lately is just from software. Been playing a lot of Night Rain lately. I was not expecting to like that shit that much, but I got really addicted. Hmm. Yeah, Elden Ring is great. They really did something insane. It's almost like a culmination of all the previous titles. And something I love about these designs is it's like how goofy and wacky sometimes they are. Like it's so special because you would not see a character design like this in many other games, no matter how dark and creepy and weird they're trying to be. Like, look at this face, like for real. It just, what is this expression? Like, usually dark games go for the badass looking, the mean looking, you know, like the Predator, Alien, all that super dark, creepy, grim, scary. And look at this, like this face. It's just like it's a mask, and it looks so silly. And look at the proportions. It's just like such a tiny head, and all these endless amounts of clothes and dirt. It's just like only From Software goes for these crazy, wacky, goofy, but also cool designs. It's just such a fine balance. A good Souls like there is not from Soft is Kazan. Realized earlier this year, loved it a lot. I see. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there are lots of really good ones, but I don't know. I don't know if it's like I feel like no one really gets the same level of storytelling. Similar to solo leveling boss. Yeah, I feel like solo leveling gets a lot of inspiration from Souls likes and from software in general. It's almost like it becomes like a closed loop once you start getting into that world. What is that character from Solo Leveling? The red guy. Mm, looked like Ornstein armor. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, look at this guy. It's like a mix between Ornstein and Artorias from Dark Souls 1. And Artorias is basically a wannabe Guts from Berserk. It's all like a close loop. Like Miyazaki gets inspiration from manga, and then mangakas nowadays get inspiration from Miyazaki, and it's just like this crazy close loop. But they also have like really goofy looking characters in that series, which is really cool. The fact that this guy is just completely black, like completely red, and insane. I'm getting distracted now, but who cares? I've been thinking about this idea, maybe trying to make some designs night rain, as in actors coming up from for the DLC. So, but we still don't know how they're gonna look like. So maybe it could be a cool exercise to do on stream to try and design some characters that fit that world. Love how it's just pure red, pure dark red and black. Anyway, enough distractions. The best, if I want to be concept artist, learn fundamental first, the portfolio, or build the portfolio learning the fundamentals at the same time. Uh, yeah, the later, with no doubt. Like, you should even probably like the you would be doing at the beginning are not going to be the same portfolio pieces you would be using to apply, but you should be learning the fundamentals based on the portfolio pieces. Like, if you want to be a concept artist, you should be designing characters like this silly, goofy character I'm starting now, regardless of your level. I don't know what it is, but with the skills you have right now, the tools you have right now, you should be designing the characters, you should be designing the environments, you should be doing the world building and improve while doing that. Figure out what's you failing, are you struggling, and correct that on drawing. Just learning the fundamentals without doing anything, the real project, it's gonna be nothing. It's not gonna translate. It's literally what happened to me. And if you want to be stream is lagging, that's good to wonder why though. Wonder where is it coming from? If it's for everyone else, my OBS says it's fine, and I think YouTube is not complaining. Let me see. I see. Hello, Stephanie. Thanks. Oh, we get more people saying that the stream's lagging. I wonder where it's coming from. Because OBS is not really telling me what the issue is, and usually you see where the issues are coming from. Might be a connection issue. I hope it gets better soon. Oh man, I wonder where is that coming from. Is it is it is it my voice? Is it the screen? Is it both? The cam as well, I see. So it's, yeah. I don't know. Could try to restart. Side, no issue. Usually when the encoder is struggling, you get, I mean, I get all the percentages and all the frames missing and all the skipped frames, but all that seems to be fine. I could probably try and kill the other platform maybe, since most people seems to watching from YouTube. I probably kill Twitch kick. See, kill kick. Let's see if that helps. Let me know if it's any better now. Not better? Let's see. That is annoying. Yeah, maybe it's YouTube. It's weird because usually the stream manager in YouTube lets you know when there is an issue. Oh, now it's letting me know there is an issue with the frame rate. Yeah, now YouTube is letting me know there is an issue with my frame rate. Uh, I'm using OBS for the stream. I don't know, I've done plenty of streams before and it seemed to work fine, so I don't know where the issue is. Yeah, I'm using OBS Studio too, and it's been fine. All the other. Yeah, it was probably a connection issue. No, that's fine. It's good to know if there is any issues with the stream. Okay, like many things in life, it seems to have sorted itself. So, guess I'll go back to drawing. Thanks, Mickey Pal. I appreciate that. Yeah, I get it with the music. A lot of people prefer music. but sometimes I feel like no music at all. And I think you can probably get your own music on your end, depending on what mood you're feeling like. I just find it really frustrating to focus on finding no copyright music or the right playlist or the mood. Give me a second, I'll be back. All right, I'm back, people. By the way, what kind of character you drew? Yeah, I'm drawing a little bit of samurai, Japanese, Asian in general inspired characters doodling, and right now I'm sketching the corrupted monk from Sekiro because it was just in one of my reference folders, and I think it's so cool. It's all just a little excuse to test this software, which is Leonardo. It's really similar to Photoshop. Nice. I have not used Procreate. I mean, I've tried it with borrowing someone else's iPad, but I've never used it for like a long session. So I don't even know how it feels. Merge this. Yeah, absolutely. It's a matter of preferences or whatever you have available. Like, I don't have an iPad and I don't have the budget to buy one right now, so I'm just using my good old computer. Hmm. Yeah, simple UI is probably the best thing you can get. No fidgeting, no touching things, just the closest you can to regular pen and paper. Hmm. Clip Studio Paint is complicated. Let's see. Well, since you're using the iPad and Clip Studio Paint, it's like a full app designed for PC rather than iPad. Because I know it exists for iPad right now, right? No, you're not bothering me, don't worry. I'm streaming for that reason, so I can talk to people while I'm drawing. And it's just something I'm drawing for fun, so no pressure. We can chat as much as you. You come from Indonesia. I'm from Spain. Oh, it's lagging again. Well, I don't think there is anything I can do on my end. Probably a connection issue. Yeah, my accent is all over the place. I don't know if it'd be worth it to just restart the game, but I feel like it's not gonna solve anything. Soy de Suecia, pero hablar español un poco. Nice. That's actually pretty good. I guess Spanish is an exotic language to learn for some people. So I would not have the courage to learn Spanish from scratch if I was a foreigner. Tengo hambre, así que voy a almorzar. I should do the same. Should probably go have lunch. I don't think I'll stay much longer. Actually, pretty good. Where did you learn your Spanish? Do you mostly just painting from the start or use guide to drawing it? Uh, I don't usually paint that much. Usually I do mostly drawing, but whenever I'm doing anything like either drawing or painting, I try to go straightforward. I try to go straightforward to whatever it is that I want to do. So if I'm painting, I will probably start just laying down shapes and painting. And if I'm drawing, I will just go and try to get the lines as close as I can to the final drawing. At this point in my life, I don't do much of sketching and refining and build up. I usually try to get the drawing as close as I can to what I want from the starting point. But yeah, it depends on what I'm trying to do and where I'm trying to go. But for painting, I don't usually paint, so but I don't like the idea of making a drawing and then painting it. I like to just go straight for painting, even though I use a lot of lines sometimes within my paintings. And in this case, I'm just doodling, so I'm doing whatever I feel at the moment. So like, don't take this as an example of how I usually work. En la escuela he estudiado por 6 años. I see. But is it like in school, like in regular school, or is it like a language school that you're going just specifically to learn Spanish? That's dope, yo. I can never do that. I'm pretty sure you could if you tried. It's just a different mindset. Oh, I see. You get to choose a third language. French, German, and Spanish. Well, I get it then. I would choose Spanish too. It's probably cooler. I think for a future stream, I'm gonna try to do some Night Rain character studies. That could be fun. They have really cool designs, and I want to learn from them, and I think it can be interesting for people. Sorry, grammatic error before. Lo he estudiado. Well, grammar is complicated in Spanish, and the way we construct the verbs. But what you said is also correct, or at least most people will understand you. Like it's not like a huge error, and I think it's also correct to say it that way because the article is already implied in the pronoun, so that's why it makes sense. What is my favorite Spanish food? What is even considered Spanish food? Paella? Yeah, it is, but I feel like it's tortilla de patatas. I guess that's all right. Hmm, if I have to choose a favorite one, it's probably gazpacho, which is like a soup. Basically, you imagine a salad and put it into a smoothie machine and just make a smoothie out of a salad. It's basically like a tomato soup with other veggies. And yeah, that's pretty much one of my favorite foods, especially for the summer. I follow you on Instagram. Your art is dope. Oh, thanks, Mickey Pal. I wish I was a bit more active on Instagram, but I'm so lazy when it comes to sharing my art. So it's everything it's pretty outdated over there. But that's why I'm doing streams. It's the probably the easiest way for me to share art because I don't have to bother with exporting or sharing or hashtags or posting or anything. I just have to set up the stream once and then it's all about clicking go live and draw, which is what I like doing. Who is the most well known artist from Spain? We have many. Like, if you mean like historically, like counting every artist that are alive, like we have many. Uh, I mean, yeah, we have Goya, we have Picasso, we have Salvador Dali, and many more. Like Sorolla is also a really good one. So I think we have a bunch of famous artists from any period. Yeah, he was amazing. Probably one of the best, if not the best, impressionist from Spain, at least. Oh yeah, of course. Zorn. Who doesn't know Zorn? I think I've done a few studies from Zorn. I don't know where in my hard drive they are, but if you scroll way back on my Instagram account, I did like one of those challenges where I was doing like a master study a day, and I think I have at least one or two from Zorn. Was like a really quick study, like maybe an hour, but still, colors and shapes are amazing. It's getting a bit short. Should probably. Yeah. Well, I'm getting kind of hungry, so I think that's gonna be me for today. Eat a bunch of little doodles, and I've been going. How long has it been? Been 4 hours, so yeah, this is the cool thing of Leonardo, that you can have like this infinite canvas and you can just be sketching and sketching and doodling. So yeah, gracias a ti por venir, Pixel Art Journey. Mm. Thanks Hantian, thanks Miki Pal, and thanks everyone for chatting and hanging out. I'll probably see you again tomorrow, so take care and keep sketching.